Hello, good morning. Happy Saturday to you. How are you guys? Had a good week? Let's just see what's going on down here. There's been a patch this week. We'll see if it's fixed anything, shall we? Has anybody done anything spectacularly interesting this week? Let's start with that. Because I haven't. I've not done anything spectacularly interesting. Are those cars driving with full snow on their cars? They're driving with full snow on the windscreens, yes. They're just that good. Being sick, oh dear. Onamichi, thank you for the bits. Highway link to pretentious pond is what Paul wants us to remember. Yes, probably. I think you're right, Onamichi. Dummy Monk, thank you for 76. Aussie Train Man with 28. Valtio 95. Raw James 78. Fatty with 118. J-Bone with 35. CHR with 31. Monroe with 82. Supercars with 28. Joe Rabbit with 54. Thank you. There's some news here in Finland that the game renders citizens much more than the player can even see. Wait, what? As in it renders more than what you see? I'm not sure what you mean. What you mean? What do you mean, yes? You can't just say yes. Oh, the whole teeth thing. Yeah. I don't know if there's any truth to that or not. It could just be one of those Reddit things. That was a couple of weeks ago, that. This was our new technology park, if you remember. Night Gaming, thank you for tier 3. 3 years. Is it that time of year yet? I don't know. What time of year do you mean, Night Gaming? Do you mean like November? Or winter? Is that what you mean by that? I don't know what you mean. You have to spell it out for me. IR Lozin, thank you for 8 months. Kai Brooks, thank you for 25. Well, what would you say, Knight, if I told you that a certain person that doesn't really like Christmas has got a massive tree in his living room? What would you say to that?
Enjoy your cruise next week.
Thank you very much, Onamichi, and appreciate your support, as ever. Thank you for your best wishes. I am indeed going on a cruise next week. I'm going to try and stream Friday daytime. I'm going to try. That's my goal, but it does require me to have everything boxed off for my trip. So I'll try and do a Friday stream, but I can't promise it yet. You don't have it, your family does. Mate, come on. Come on. You trying to kid us or yourself? Pups, you know full well you assisted putting that tree up. I know you can only do the bottom half of it because you can't reach the top half, but you very much helped to put that up. You did. You did. And then you sent me a picture. You was very happy with what you'd done. You was like, look at the decoration on that. You love having that tree up. I mean, you put it up deliberately early. Middle of November. Who does that? Who does that, Pops? Only a person that loves Christmas would do that. I can't talk my minds up. Yeah, well, Mrs. Squirrel has got the tree up in the corner, but she's not put any lights on yet. She's leaving it till December. She's put it up now so that when we come back from the cruise, she doesn't have to get it out the loft and set it up. That's what she's done. I've got a reason. You don't. AV, thank you for 8 months. Finally, the weather's getting cooler. Oh, yeah, it's getting cooler and wetter. Right, I was thinking I might put a quick road link into this. Oh, we've already got one there. I'm not sure if we need one. I was wondering about a road link into here. Is it worth it? Isn't it worth it? I don't know. I was thinking about popping a highway link from there. It might be a good thing, it might not. Let's try and figure out where it was going to go. Pretentious, what was it? Pretentious Pond link. Where was Pretentious Pond? I can't see anything with the snow. Pretentious Pond, there it is. Yeah, because what I said was the traffic can only come in from the southeast here to get all the way up there. There's no link up here. There isn't, in fact, a highway link through here, but it's putting a lot of pressure on that junction. So the question is, can we get a link into this tech park any other way? Oh, you can keep it, Crow Daddy. You can keep that heat. Look at the traffic map. Yeah, certain times of the day this gets really clogged up. Is that a maintenance vehicle? Yep. I really wish they'd change it so that the other vehicles will actually drive past the maintenance vehicle instead of just queuing up behind it. $40 is lovely to go to the beach and get a perfect sun. You can keep it, mate. I am not interested in sunbathing in 40 Celsius temperatures. Not a bit. Robazaz, thank you for 14 months. Vrome, thank you for tier 2, 109. Did you know that 109 is the name of a department store in Shibuya, Tokyo, Japan? The name of the building is a form of wordplay and is taken from the Japanese characters TO meaning 10 and Q meaning 9, as in Tokyo. What, so you're saying that Tokyo is translated as just 109? Is that what you're saying? If we're going to bring a highway link into here of some description, I don't know if it'll work, to be honest. We can't just dump it into the residency area. We could have a link into here, possibly. It's not currently built for highway traffic. The only alternative is to do it from this side. So maybe we do bring a link in here. I don't know if it'll help. Depends where they're trying to come from and get to. 3 Guns, thank you for 10 months. You've been on the Shibuya 109 once, but never again. Too many teenage girls there. What, as in just constant chatter? Jack Fox, thank you for 19 months. It's a clothing shopping place. Eesh. Sounds like my idea of hell. I remember there being a lot of pressure on this roundabout. I think it's because they're coming off the highway and then dump down to here. That's one aspect. And then the other is the traffic coming in from the highway this side. Can't bring into there. That's a link through here. That's quite hilly. It's tricky terrain, this. It is difficult to see how to bring another highway link into this. I suppose the best bet is probably here. But if you bring too much highway traffic to that junction, it's going to get overloaded completely. Also, that connection there would have to be pushed off. Let's fast forward. I want it to be summer. Suppose we could create a highway link to here, move that out the way, have that go off that way, that way, that way. That might work. We'd have to move the firehouse and police station. Possibly then disconnect that road. Okay, let's temporarily relocate these two. Let's put him over there. Let's put him over there. We have a stranger in the mod room, pups. Lol. Okay, let's upgrade this road here. 6 lane. Bit too much, I think. That's not going to work. Let's make sure we've got enough carrying capacity. Jack Fox, thank you for 19 months. Squirrel 9900, thank you 23. 3 Guns, thank you 21. So we've got some underground shenanigans going on. Okay, that can now cope a bit better with the capacity. Have to see how we're going with that. We did have a little side road here. I'm not sure if we can put it back. We could do. We need to provide some kind of footbridge over to that campus. So I think we'll do that here. Let's give them a covered one. Lovely. And we'll connect that down here. Oh. Whoopsie. Something got disconnected. It's not very good at all, is it? Wait, why is there no power coming down this line? Where's that line go? That's really strange. Wait, which means that is not connected here somehow. That's freaky. I don't get it, but whatever. It shouldn't have been so easy to disconnect that, though. Yeah, I was thinking we'd have another footbridge down here. For all those students who want to walk to school. In other words, waste of money. I'm not sure we should have that, but then I don't think many people would cross over. Seems like empty space. Right, I think we need to just reorient this road slightly. Kelly, thank you for 97 months. Andy, good morning to you. Yeah, we're not doing so bad, thank you, Andy. Not doing so bad. Oh, I forgot how steep that road is. That's going to make it interesting. That's going to make it very interesting. Space for a junction. No, Crowdelly, I don't think so. There's plenty of people doing that already. Okay, we'll link that through. Give him a little footpath link there. What's that? There's no available path to the destination. Is that a bus route problem? Wait, what? You can't find your way back that way? Why not? Can't you just go that way? I must have had a waypoint in the middle of the... that's what it must be. I must have had a... Where the road was, I must have had a waypoint specifically on it, and it couldn't get there. That would make sense. I wonder if he meant more episodes of the Island Series we're doing. I don't know. Yeah, I couldn't make any videos this week on Amici. I thought he was on about tutorial stuff. Vrome's sentient bot has gifted a sub to Vrome Orbiter 10. What? Vrome. Dude. Vrome, how many accounts do you have, mate? Vrome's sentient bot gifted a sub to Vrome Orbiter 10. Don't bail me, thank you for 90 months. Good morning. 6 of the original 16 left. Oh dear. Right, let's see. Are we likely to go east from here? Yeah, we could go east from here. There's more land available that we might want to grab. I don't know if we will. How many tiles have we got left we can buy? 141. Well, that's a chunk of that we're never going to get. How many is this? That's 116 to grab all that. We got all of our... Get another 56 tiles, okay. Yeah, we've got to assume we're going east from here. In which case, we kind of need a roundabout type thing. I wish there were larger roundabouts than that. Maxwell, thank you for 91 months. 9 more to 100. Right, so this week, one of the things I did do this week, guys, and I haven't told anybody this, so you're literally the first to find out. One of the things I did do this week was get chatting to my artist that does all of our emotes. And I've made a list. I'm still working on my list, but I've made a list of some new... I want to get some new emotes, basically. It's been a little while since we had some new ones. So she's currently working on one draft emote as we speak. And I'll then give her the list of all the rest of them. I'm trying to get a prototype one first. There won't necessarily be specific Christmas emotes, although I might get some Christmassy ones done, actually, thinking about it. Let me make a note of that. 1 second. Just bring up my little notepad here. I know Pups will be pleased to hear I'll get some Christmas emotes done. But yeah, the basic idea is I want to get everything to her before I go away next Saturday. Before I take a holiday next Saturday. I want to get everything to her so that she can work on them while I'm on holiday, so that when I come back and start streaming again, we should hopefully have a bunch of emotes ready, which will be early December. So that's the plan. Just thought we'd get a little refresh on our emotes. So I'm quite excited. I'll see what she comes up with. But yeah, I'm trying to get them all done ready for December, basically. So we should have them mid-December is my goal. But we'll see. GCFC John, thank you for 86 months. Let's see, we've got 2 lanes here. We want to get a link coming in that way. How do we want traffic to get from the north to the east? That's the question. Do you just want to hit a roundabout? Do you have slower sim speed now with high population? Every now and again you'll see it sort of slow down and do a time warp thing, but mostly it's running full speed. I'm just trying to get through the winter. Right now, I'm just thinking about how I want to make this junction. I could simplistically just drop everything off the highway, but I think we're going to build a bit that way. And I'm like, do I really want to do a double roundabout design? Do I want a single roundabout design? Can I do something crazy and stupid? Maybe. How's the airport doing financially? I don't know. I don't know. Well, the prefabs for this are not here. Prefabs for this... Yeah, losing my mind. Yeah, I mean, you've got a teardrop roundabout interchange with low traffic capacity, which is like that. Which is basically what I just said. It's a double roundabout design. It's not built for high traffic. I don't think you'll get high traffic into here, but it's easy to get caught in that mistake. Oh, we're not going to have much traffic here. And then you do. Compact highway. So this is more of an American style interchange where you have traffic coming off the highway to a big stop junction. We don't actually have one of them in our current light. The problem with this is that the prefab needs to go on the ground and we've got an elevated highway. So it's kind of hard to put that in because for whatever reason you cannot elevate junctions, prefabs, which is annoying. I kind of hope they'd have fixed that. But yeah, that and that are more or less the same. They just use a roundabout as opposed to stop signs to achieve it. And everything else is inappropriate. Yeah, Utopian. I really thought that in Skylines 2 they would let us elevate a prefab, but they just don't. Try to recreate it. I could try. Which one was it, that one? I mean, it looks like that. Which is a bit crazy, really, because you've got 6 lanes. It's effectively built on a 4-lane middle bit, which I think is overkill. You've effectively got 2 left-turning lanes. So it comes across that way. And it might be a kind of junction that you can't realistically do without the editor. I don't know. So, like, your experience here is that these left lane has to go left. Middle lane can go left or straight on. Right lane has to go straight on. But, you know, can we... it's going to automatically assign these arrows. We're not going to have much control over it. It's a bit absurd. Also, if you want to expand eastward, bear in mind that you will likely feed a lot of traffic through in that direction. Very true. Very true. At what point do we start making money rather than very slowly losing it? You need to play around your taxes and stuff. You need to play around your services. You know, cut back on... Look at the most expensive thing and slide your budget back. Save some money if you're negative. And then taxation, you know, look at your taxes. Because by default, Skylines 1 was exactly the same. It charges quite a low tax rate. You can get away with more. But obviously you then have to deal with people complaining about high rents and stuff. But hey, we're making money. Can right lane not go right? So the right lane goes right earlier on. If they want the highway, they turn off before they get to that point. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know how much capacity that road junction could take. You get away with up to 20%. Just noticed that's an asymmetric road as well. You got 3 and a 2. That's going to be tricky to It's 3 and a 2 to here. Getting these 4 to line up perfectly is not going to be easy without an editor. So I think I'll skip that. Can you put it in place and edit the highway part? I don't... Actually, with this junction, they've got the highway going over the top, so it might actually be possible. The other thing we've got to contend with is the topology. This is going to be interesting for sure. This may not work. Do you not use that junction if you want a high volume amount of traffic? It's rubbish, says Pups. Pups says this junction's rubbish. I don't disagree, mate. Like, we just don't have this one anywhere, so I thought we would. I'm not even sure it's going to fit in. What? I tried to make a 1 pixel rotation, it just snapped. Yeah, so you see the problem. Ironically enough, this is elevated here, so if we keep this elevation, and then have to bring everything else up, basically. So it's interestingly, it separates things. I'm just gonna end up with this middle bit, and then everything else is gonna be rebuilt. There we go. Right, 2-lane highway. Elevation is this. $10 meters. You're gonna have to do the junction in a few hours. You may well be correct, mate. You may well be correct. Brian, thank you for gift sub to Matt92 and also to Because Nanites. Interesting name. So that gives us the highway connection, and then let's see what was going on with this. So this had 3 into a 2 into a 1 joining the highway. That's what they did. So it's a 3 into a 2. Something like that. And then this is going to be a 1 into a 2 into a 3, presumably. 1 into a 2 into a 3. That's a very short run. I kind of want it to join in at roughly the same point here. Something like that. Although I should have started descending. That's not quite what we want. Don't like the way that 1 transitions into the 2. How do you control the sending smaller increments? You click this thing here, elevation step. So it by default, and this is really annoying actually, by default the game starts like that, and throughout the course of your play, I always end up changing it to the smallest step. However, when I then load the game back in, it just resets it all to the default. Like, it would be really nice if it just remembered the elevation step I have for the different roads. Because generally I leave it on the smallest. It's right there, yeah it is. Let me join it as a single. But apart from the fact that that doesn't mirror this, annoyingly. Can we, like, double-click somewhere here? So we want about here. If we double-click that, and then make that into a single upgrade. Oh, you jank. Look at that. Go. It's not entirely symmetrical, but it's okay. Are we going to be stopping for SpaceX? I can't really stop for it, mate, can I? My plan is this. I'm going to bring it up on my phone and watch and listen to it while carrying on streaming. I can't rebroadcast their stream. That would most definitely get a copyright. You could do live commentary. Well, I could, but you can't. Like, for people who are not watching it, they don't know what I'm talking about. Oh, set fire to the engines. Oh, lift off. Oh, it's going up. Oh, it's a big boom. That's an expensive mistake. Yep. Okay, close the stream. That's pretty much what's going to happen. It'll take about 2 minutes. Just a big firework. I mean, we're all hopeful, but let's be realistic here. It's a big firework. A very, very big firework. It is a lot like Kerbal Space, except they don't lose their FPS. Oh, you're going to play awkward, aren't you? It's really hard to see how the elevation's comparing. Is that the same height? That was a little bit awkward without an editor. Yeah, the snow is like... It's good, but it's annoying. This is a tricky junction to put in. Fox Mulder, thank you for 56 months. Farazon, thank you for half a year. Down Sanator, thank you for double top. Just having a split highway instead of fit over that junction would look better. No, sorry, OCD kicking in. What, this bit? We could just keep it split, I suppose. Considering it was handcrafted, it probably doesn't make any difference, does it? Actually, I don't know. You see these uprights here? The trick would be trying to get the highway across that bit without the uprights getting in the way. So in theory, it's possible. In practice, it could get ugly. So I'll try it, but it may not work. The heck? What's this? What on earth is that? Weird. Looks very high relative to that road, doesn't it? That's a very long span without uprights. Kind of looks a bit weird. So when you're doing this, there's no way to see what height that is. I suppose I should have done it as a double, really. It looks wonderful. Hey, it's not my idea. Okay. How on earth it managed to draw identical... What the... That's so weird. Okay. There we go. Okay, how do we feel about that then? I think it's a little bit higher than it needs to be. So this is where I really want to be able to come in and just, you know, the various mods, just lower that down. Just lower that node down a little bit. Rather than have to delete it and redo it. But, I mean, it works, but it's just not perfect. Because it kind of holds altitude or height. It holds it for too long. It can actually come down towards this rather than having to hold so high. So what you could do... probably is link that to that. That's better. There we go. So that holds a nice slope. Yeah, I'm looking forward to some traffic mods, but I get the feeling we're not going to get them this year. Right, 3 to a 2 to a 1 is what we're after. Right, and the other thing is, on this design, we switched the lanes, didn't we? So we didn't have the both outside coming in. Why would you do that, game? Is that a long enough merge run? Nerdy Drew, thank you for 72 months. Happy anniversary. Geordie, thank you for 77. I kind of want that to run a little bit longer. There, maybe. So yeah, just wanted to take that and copy it over here. The upgrade creased the road. I don't know if it did. Alright, Dave, how you doing? I think we want a node about here. Did I see your WhatsApp? I don't think I did, Dave. Nice one, nice one. Dave's bought the I bought the Milwaukee pack-out system for all my tools because I was getting fed up with my tools everywhere, so I bought it, and Dave's managed to get it in a deal as well. It's basically like a big pack. They call it the pack-out system. It's like a modular thing. You get like a trolley with a big base box, and then you get smaller boxes, but they all click onto each other. So it's like a modular system. It's quite good. Dave, get some more of them trays, is my advice. 2 extra trays that go inside. Because only one of the boxes comes with it. Yeah, mine's stacked up over here. You 3D print them, fair enough. You realise, Dave, that Somi is now going to be insanely jealous. The fact that we've both got that. He's going to be well annoyed. Needs to get some more of the boxes. Yeah. The problem is, like, I've got 2... I don't know. You've seen how many I've got. I've got the big box, the medium box, the smaller box, and then 2 of the compartmentalized ones. And that's pretty high, like, relative to the handle. That's pretty high. The only other thing I'd like, they do like a tool bag that clicks on top, which is very handy. But for the price of it, I was like, I ain't paying that. What do we want here? I've been putting mine on the shelf most of the time. Fair enough. Yeah, they're not cheap knights, but they are solid. They are absolutely solid. Technically speaking, I should have done that the other way around. If I want it to look like that. Because that should be on the inside. Depends how bothered we are. So these go to the outside first. So that's wrong as well. This one's correct. It's that one that's wrong. They all go outside lane first, then inside lane. Yeah, no, it's just the pattern. The pattern is, if you notice, we go outside lane. We add an extra lane on the outside. And it's the same with this. We have an extra lane on the outside that we then lose. So they're both symmetrical. And the 3 lane, it's like added on the inside, if that makes sense. Which is what I've done here, but it's not what I've done here. This is the oddball. What? It's not quite where I wanted it. There we go. Man, that took a while. Now, what do you do with this? There's a 6-lane road coming into this roundabout. That's way too many. I think they're going to have to merge into a 4. Yeah, I don't get why it won't snap in the center. It's a bit dumb. Also, I don't like the way it does that. What's all that about? It's because the game's trying to merge a 6-lane into a 5-lane, and it's kind of like losing a lane like that. I think you could do that, you see. See why the game couldn't do that. I know we're losing a lane, but we're also adding a lane. Yeah. That was a lot of effort. That's true, Dave. You can't actually tell from here, can you? If you do that, you can't really tell. That's Empire Street. There's traffic using it. Let's see how they get on. It's definitely getting used, that's for sure. There you go. That's one of its time warp things. You see that? Even though you're on high speed, it just like slows time, like Matrix bullet time, and then it speeds up again. It's weird. Should that have a crossing and a stoplight? Crossing, probably not, but it puts them in there because the streets. Stoplights, I think. I think it needs them, but I don't know. Realistically, we don't want any pedestrians here, do we? The problem is, because these are highways and they're meeting a road, this is a faster street meeting a slower street. So you can't, if you remove the lights, it will get rid of it won't put give way signs there, because it's not a slow road going to a fast road where you give way. It's a fast road going to a slow road where the game thinks, well, you shouldn't give way, even though you just want to put give way signs down. It might let you put stop signs down instead. I wonder what, when you get the editor, I wonder if you get any control over the light sequencing. It would be kind of cool if you could control light sequencing. Yeah, we could downgrade the last segment. We could basically downgrade this last bit here to a one-way street instead of a highway. And then they would give way. See, frustratingly, you don't need traffic lights on this road, but you can't remove them. You can remove lights from the entire junction. You have new doors and no handles for new doors. Why did your guy not put handles on your doors, Dave? Hang on, I've got pictures. That's the kebab that I had at Dave's. I went to Dave's this week and I had a kebab. Dave had a kebab. How much do you think that cost? That kebab. That was just mine. Dave had the same. What else can I show you? Oh, yeah. Not far off. I think it was 17 quid. That's one of Dave's laser machines etching the squirrel logo into a slate coaster. Which I then promptly left at Dave's house. Which I knew I'd forget it. Pity you can't hear it. That's the noise. That's what it sounds like. Such a weird noise. It basically burns into the slate. And then when it's all cleaned up, it basically looks like that. And then it gets left at Dave's house. It's all right, isn't it? Dave's got all the gadgets. It does sound mechanical. It's basically a laser burning the slate away. Oh, hello. Okay. Yeah, just Moose casually crossing over Empire Street. Anyway, that new link seems to be working. Did we want to leave the fire station, police station here? Police, fire. I think they can stay where they are. Might even put one next to the other. Is that broken? Oh no, it's going underneath. This should not have crossing points on it. definitely should not. Right, we'll see if that helps with traffic in any way. There's definitely traffic using it, so it must be taking the load from somewhere. Don't know how I managed to slot that in. You can make slot songs in it by changing the laser frequency. Of course you can. Alright, let's get some more homes built. We get the low renters over here on the outside. Oh, yes. Look at that. This was one of the things in the patch notes. They finally fixed this. Because you build all this underground parking and you end up with like 6 cars in it, right? Well, now, this week, they patched it so that the vehicles have a preference for underground parking rather than street parking. So now they're actually using the parking bay. Which takes cars off the road in theory. Yeah, even that, look. That's completely full apart from that one bay right there. Amazing. It's scary how much I spend on gadgets. Yep. Boys and their toys, Dave. Waiting for a hearse. Where's the nearest? Well, there's a lot of people dying around here. That crematorium's at capacity. We might have to put a creme near the technology park. Yeah, right next to a massive hospital. Yeah, it's not very well used, the hospital. 8 patients out of 500. Kind of feels like something else needs to be balanced here. 8 patients in a big hospital. In a city like this? I don't think so. 8 patients. Ignores you, forgets my gifts. I can't believe he treats his top mods like this. Wait, did you say top? You know how tall he is, don't you? And I did read Pup's message about T-minus 30 minutes. See, he likes to accuse me of not reading his stuff. When I have read his stuff, I've just not responded to it. What we can do is have a little side road off here. Oh no, we can't. The hill's horrible. Yeah, I don't think the crem's going to fit on here very well. I think we'll put it here, though. It's like playing with a fruit machine when you put things down. Let's see if that fixes the problem. There's an army of hearses on the way. High rents. They have trouble paying rent. I literally just built a load of low rent places and they're complaining. Right, what a pretentious pond think in general. Reliable healthcare coverage, spacious homes, reliable mail service, walking distance from an elementary school, abundance of entertainment. See the love in life. High noise pollution. What? Fake news. You're in a technology park. What do you expect? Some of these people just want it all, don't they? Put an airport next to them. We've already got an airport. All the way down here. Woo, there it is. International Airport. Can we change that? Orton International. We did a code for it. Ret. Orty. I'm not calling it Oreo. Like, that doesn't even make sense. But look, parking here is 50 cents. Oof. 50 cents to park at an airport. Can you imagine? "17 passengers on board." You see so many people on the platform. Like, how many people are getting on there? 20? 30? Go on to the game, 24. It's $50. Eh. It looks like a cent symbol. Where's the local train? Oh my life. Hang on a minute, that's the through train. Do you know, I really resent the fact that trains that are not even like from or going to any part of my city just transit right through without payment. I want to tax these people. You're wearing down my track, you're taking up space, and you pay nothing. Ridiculous. And why are your trains full and mine are not? It's an outrage. Train line 9. There are 56 passengers at the international airport, 57, and 1 passenger waiting to go there. There you go. 17 people on board. 17. I don't get it. How do I get 700 on board like the AI has? Train line 9. Richborough. Let's go 52 on board. Make what free? So 83, 80. So that one's well used. It's 180 people. That's pretty good. To get the stream up, it's pinned on SpaceX Twitter. All good so far. T-minus 21. I'm not watching it on Twitter. But why do you set the price for the train then? I mean, we're already losing $1 million. You see, I think he shouldn't have renamed it from Twitter to X. He should have taken the word Twitter, shortened it down, and put X on the end, and just called it Twix. Ponta Boy, thank you for 30 months. Exactly. How do I change the price of the train? Did you say that's on at all? I can't remember. Is it on here? No. Is it services on the train line? If I take Roughborough International, the ticket price is $8. I mean, what do they want? Seriously. You know, it's free. Free transit to the airport. I bet you it doesn't change a thing. For different, for people with different opinions, you could have right Twix and left Twix. You say he's perfect. I love it. Where are they going? Destination, train station, extra platforms. What is this thing called? Train station. Why is this thing called train station? This is Thornton Park. Train station, extra platforms. God. Great. International Airport. Wait a minute. International Airport to train station. And there's a price on it. I thought we made it free. So we made it free for people to come in and out of the city to the airport. And we made it free for people to come from the airport to Thornton Park. I don't know what else we can do. Most of the passengers seem to be going on that line. Train line 5, which is... really? Which goes from train station to train station. Station Muse. We'll call it that. Should really call the station, like, I don't know, Transport Fever does this a lot better. When you put lines in, it should just name them based on what it sees at both ends. Yeah, but it doesn't help you to name the lines at all automatically. So you end up having train station, train line 1, train line 2, train line 3, like, particularly if the station's in a district, you could at least pick the name from that. That looks like a lot of people. Makes you wonder why there's so many people at the platform, but the train's only taking, like, a limited number. Are they all waiting for the other line? Oh, there is no other line. That's literally the only train that stops on that platform. And there's a lot of people stood there waiting, but the train is not full. Why is that? Red train hasn't moved since you've been looking at it. I know, it stays in the platform for a long time. I think maybe they need more vehicles assigning. It says line usage 37%. Values below 100% mean vehicles are not running at full capacity. Usage at 100% means the line is so busy it might benefit from additional vehicles. But if you have one vehicle, it's not even being used beyond 30% capacity. Yet there's loads of people on the platform. If you hover over the station, it'll tell you how many are waiting. Doesn't though. Doesn't do that, does it? All train spotters. Go to the line on the left where it has the route. This. Thornton Park, passengers 799. So I have an 840 capacity train. There's 800 people waiting here. This train hasn't moved and it's only loaded 291 packs. There's something very bugged about this. There's so many passengers here that I get 18 FPS when I hover here. Yeah, the train is completely broken. I think this is why I dropped it to one train in the first place. I think it would benefit from moving that one. Put that there, at least maybe stop blocking that. I think we need some extra track coming into here. T-10. Are they actually gonna launch it? There we go. You need the track to loop as they come and go in the same direction, causing congestion. That shouldn't really matter because they've got their own dedicated platform. I think we need more track coming in. That would help. Trouble is, because this goes underneath. Oh my god. I really wish you could delete a train or it would despawn them. Don't display when you leave the track under them. We're probably going to have to do something drastic, aren't we? Curve too tight. Let's try and dip down a bit later. %9 gradient. Is that connected? It's such a difficult area of track to add extra lanes. In CS1, you separate cargo from packs. Yeah, I don't think you can do that in this. I don't think you can dedicate tracks to cargo or packs. Let's see if we can get a branch off this. Let's try this, just merge them in later, so anybody that's coming into here can at least wait. That's the plan. Oh, really? Really? That didn't snap too well. Did I just build that underground? Okay. Perfectly normal train behavior. Do you think that'll go out and reverse back in? Nope, that's just leaving. So that train there should be for the red line, which it is. So it can now queue and wait for that one to leave. That one should be able to leave now because there's nothing blocking it. At least that gives it a waiting, like a staging area. Pops, I've already got it on my phone, mate. Thank you. But I think they said they're going to hold at 40 seconds or something. I don't know if this is ever going to reset. I do wonder if I'm going to be able to fix this. That's the second train, I think, because I ordered a new train. 840 packs on that one. What? This one's bugged. It's just stuck at boarding. If I make it a night schedule, vehicles return to the depot, the line's off hours. Maybe they'll return to the depot. Does that make any difference? I don't know how to give this a kick. I could just delete the line, but I can't remove it though, bogus. Like, I can't even, like, delete the train. It's just full on stuck. Out of service, and the passengers just stay there and the trains stay there, and like, right, hang on. I'm watching the stream, guys. T-minus 30 seconds. Starship launch. Who isn't the boat stopping? Probably just some paparazzi. Wait, why did that train just... Whoa, whoa, we have movement. The train is moved. Holy smoke. McBone, thank you for 119 months. Falford, thank you for 20. Thank you for 4340. That's actually emptying the platform now. That is so many people. Where are they going? I just love the way they walk in a single line. Like, nobody does this. Once they get out the asset and make it to the footpath, they all spread out a bit. Oh, geez. Is that a bus stop? They're trying to get the bus, aren't they? Wait, that's a taxi. It's counting down. They're counting down, boys. This is an actual monster rocket, this. There's no turning back now. Oh, that does not look stable. That only just lifted off. It kind of took off and went, ooh. Wow, all the Raptor engines have lit. Like every single one. Just like your KSP rockets, yeah? Like dodgy on takeoff. I hope they got the staging correct. Well, it's taken off and it didn't blow up. That thing is massive. No, it's not blown up. It's still going. It's just hit max Q. It's still going. They're about to stage. Cut off the boosters. It's separated. Now, the big question is, what's going to happen to that first stage? Ooh! That was a huge firework. Do you see that? That was a full-on KSP explosion. It just went boom. It was like a supernova. I like that. We're going to take that data and figure out how we can make it better. It's still stuck, this train. What you've got here is this traffic's trying to go north and this traffic's trying to go south. You set 4 seconds wait time. What do you mean, bogus? Try and get that junction to flow better. It takes some of the pressure off that roundabout. That should help it flow a bit better. That was some explosion. I mean, they've got the main rocket up there. The booster did its job. It just didn't come back. It's a beautiful explosion. Oh, what is going on here? Was that a road maintenance vehicle did that? When it took off, though, all the engines were firing, and honestly, it took off, and then it kind of listed as if it only just had the right thrust-to-weight ratio. They honestly get the loudest, most excitable people and put them in a room, don't they? For a launch. They get so hyper. And they just give them all caffeine and sugar. Awaiting acquisition of signal. Oh dear. I feel like this is flowing particularly well. So I could do with getting them to come back out this way. It's like caffeine and sugar. Lol. Yeah, this has got a bit busy round here. I think I'd like to have a hamburger roundabout. I don't think you can do hamburger roundabouts in this game. Actually, you probably can. But you can't control the signaling. Some kind of flyover would be nice. I wonder if you can get, like, the inner lanes to fly over and drop back into the middle. So I know you can... You can do that. But how do you then drop that back into the highway? You can't lower it back in. I don't think there's anything reusable out of today's launch. I think there's just pieces all over the ocean. Lowering back's only possible from the side. It's a bit annoying. kill that now. I think that's the end of that. Well, that was a fun launch. Yeah, we could go underground. The only problem is trying to get branch points out of this. There's a lot going on here. I think we'd have to make this a lot more compact in order to branch a lane off it. I do wonder about the return traffic, though. Trying to figure out where they're trying to get to. Just trying to get back on the highway. Make a raised roundabout above the current one. Could do. Where's he going? Okay. Yeah, trying to get back over there. Makes sense. So he could have also left this way. But he chose to go that way. Yeah, from other streamers, CS2 is pretty poor, with crashes and poor performance. Have you experienced any of this? I've had the game crash once on me, in total. Which, you know, one crash in 131 hours of play is not bad. Performance is known to be something they are working on, but it's going to take a few months to get it where it needs to be. You don't know anybody that had crashes? Was you not here when it crashed on me? Oh, this roundabout's doing my head in. The performance is better, but it's nothing like what it needs to be. At this point, I'm wondering if we just take the roundabout out and do something else. We could just have a straight junction with traffic lines. We'll have to do that. We'll have to shrink this a little bit as well. Yeah, I think if you want a polished performing CS2, realistically, 3 to 4 months. I think. Personal opinion. If you want to get it now, play early, you've got to accept that you need a good PC and it's not running, you know, optimized yet. Grab those inner 4 lanes. I don't like that. It's a bit of a late merge, that one. I think we'll make this run a bit longer, but not quite that long. Maybe to like here. Right. It's a little bit jank and annoying. Just can't seem to get it to like blend that in smoothly. Mr. Brylar, thank you very much for gifting 5 subs. Welcome, guys. Can you give Brylar some squirrel gifts? Thank you for your support, Brylar. Much appreciated, sir. Add a 5-lane for that blend, and I was thinking about that. I was thinking about adding an asymmetric to it. But it's such a short run, it kind of feels a bit... That is a police station. You want somebody who had 4 layers of highway stacks? That is madness. Right, let's see what happens with that. And then we'll polish and adjust. This road is going on unscheduled rapid disassembly. I want to see that replay of that explosion again. That was such a cool explosion. It just detonated. Full Padrack, thank you for 40 months. McBone, thank you for 119. I don't know if I missed yours or not. Wait a minute, what's going on here? Ugh. The left turners. Ugh. I really want them to allow us to configure traffic light timings. Like, because I'd love to be able to say, you know, give 60% duration to left, right, and 40% north, south. See, I don't know if the throughput of this is any better or worse than the roundabout, to be honest. It's most definitely going to cause problems. I missed as far back as your horrible joke. Dude, I didn't see that. Hang on. I missed that completely. What else did I miss? What else did I miss? Nerdy Drew, I definitely did. Jordan Raccoon 77. Yeah, I remember that. Bob with 25. Thank you, Bob. Pug was 64. Morning Nut House, time for the purple button. I think I missed Pugs as well. And then Hoffman with 44 months. What did the ocean say to the land? Nothing. It just waved. That was really worth going back for, that was, Mem Hoffman. Thank you for that. And then DMC Tom with 17 months. Pontaboy with 30. And then I think I got up to date after that. I think we're on to straight through there. A fly over here. You can't do a clover there. We just don't have the space. No, I didn't, Whiteland. Can we put a yield there? Yes and no. We'd have to get the priority of the roads correct. I think left-right has to be the priority. And then north and south has to wait. To do that, we'd have to slow this road down in relative to that one for a yield to work. Yeah, I think we're just going to have to sort of... It's the space is the problem. We're so close to this. But I think what we need to do is effectively get some flyover lanes going and then some off-ramp lanes to the junction. So that the only things that... Basically, if you're going east-west, you get to just fly over. If you're not, you come to the junction. And that'll take a lot of load off it. Would it help to replace the intersection with a roundabout? Was you here about 20 minutes ago? I think you was. When we removed the roundabout and put this junction in. Let's see. I guess we can technically feed 2 lanes over the top, can't we? Make it a highway so it's relatively slim. Is 7.5 enough? I can't remember. Nope. Could you not off ramps to the north and south and tunnel east and west? Well, we can go under instead of over, yeah. Stacked roundabouts. It's a nice idea. Why did it jank that over? Didn't know you had a Twitch till a couple of months ago. Welcome, Papa. So we've got a spare lane here. Like right there. The question is, can we feed into it from a junction? The answer is, I don't know. Effectively, we want to take 2 lanes off. One will go that way, and the other one will come to a junction here. That's the thinking. So have some kind of junction with a bunch of connections going off it. Well, you could put a roundabout under there. I'm not convinced the traffic particularly handles roundabouts. Effectively, you put an intersection and then distribute the roads off it. It's not going to be particularly high throughput, that's the problem. And also, that is going to have to be 4 lane. You want me to tunnel left turns? So to do that, you could take a feed. Crikey. Do a Google search on Divergent Diamond. I think I've seen the Divergent Diamond. I'm not sure you can recreate it very easily in this. If it's what I think it is. Yeah, it is what I think it is. It's where you throw the traffic to the other side and then come back again. I don't know if you can do it in this. So right now, the north traffic can come south and it can come west, but it can't go east. So how do we get the traffic to go east? Also, that probably should be a 6-lane. Which will push traffic away. Roundabout left turns. What, you mean you make that junction into a roundabout or something else? I think space is a limitation. Let me get a drink. Make a roundabout under the fly if you can join all the entry and exit ramps. It'd be a fairly small roundabout. Use one of the stock ones, it's going to be almost impossible to put in. It doesn't even want to put that in there. There's no room for a cloverleaf. There's literally no room. You need, like, a cloverleaf junction. I have got one, hang on. That's the kind of space you need for a cloverleaf. It's pretty big. Because you need to give traffic time, like a reasonable run of 2 lanes to get in the correct lane. And I've lost where I was. No, I don't know what's stopping that going in, if I'm perfectly honest. Four-lane roundabouts don't work too well, Delta. Even this is restricted in space. So you've got that if you want to go 2-lane. But if you look at all the junctions that are going to hit this, it's going to struggle. It is going to struggle. Because the amount of lane changing that will go on is just ridiculous. I mean, we could tunnel, we could take this and tunnel under there, possibly. Again, it's just a space problem. Really, game. So it needs to drop like 12 meters, isn't it? It's too steep. Wait a minute. Those pipes are causing problems. Flippin' heck. Not well, they'd have to find my browser, Larry. I'd rather not. I think it's too small a space to be punting underneath. Well, if I raise the roundabout, I'd also have to raise the highway running over the top of it. This does not want to play ball. I think we have to run from there. Yeah, I mean, that's the problem is we could fly over this bit and tunnel that bit, I guess. We could just do it the other way. Because this elevation would actually assist. That's a lot of jank. Every time you do a junction, you've got to go back and remove all the traffic lights, all the pedestrian crossings that you didn't have there before. Okay, it's a bit of a ramp up, but, you know, you got to expect that. Now, that means this has to now change. This is a highway, isn't it? This is a 2-lane highway. So technically, it's a 4-lane highway that then becomes a 2. Whoa, what's that? 3? Nope. Think there's going to be enough room to ramp up? It's still too steep. What about that side? Oh, it's so close. That's the kind of room you need, but we've lost our lane. Oh my god, it's annoying when this happens. Just want to, like... upgrade some of it, but not all of it. Right, so what we have is the inner lane flying over, which is fine. We have the inner lane going under, which is fine. And then the second lane of that needs to come to this roundabout. And same with that. And that and that. And the third lane of it needs to just bypass the whole thing. And for this, we've got a similar problem, except we can do it on this side because it's 6 lane, but this is 4 lane. So we're going to have to branch a branch, effectively. And also, the big problem here is trying to drop that elevation down to the roundabout. That is a heck of a drop. I think it's going to have to start back here somewhere and drop down and then split. One will go that way and one will go to the roundabout. So one's got to come off the roundabout as well, isn't it? It won't like that. It doesn't like it when there's a roundabout and the connections are too close. You get all kinds of lane chaining shenanigans. So I know it won't like that. I could try and move it a bit further back. We'll have to see. What doesn't look right, Captain Flint? Isn't that correct? Don't we want a lane off the roundabout? A lane to the roundabout? The right road, the 3-lane into 2-lane, the inner lane gets dropped. I haven't done the north side yet, but the south side looks okay. So then we know to take this middle lane. Yeah, I think it's the way it's drawn it. I know what you're saying, but I want to get access to that middle lane. I don't think it's going to let me. It somehow chucked them over to there, when actually it should be that carries on. I don't know how it's going to fix that. We've effectively lost a lane. You think the roundabout's a bit obsolete when you have the off-ramps anyway? Not true, because if you're coming this direction and you want to go west, you've got to come down there, get on the roundabout and go round to get off that way. Effectively, the traffic that will get onto the roundabout should be traffic that's turning left. Because if you're turning right or going straight on, you should have a better option. So everything that hits the roundabout should be left-turning traffic only. In theory. Mr. Brylar dropped another 10 subs. Thank you so very much, dude. Welcome, guys. If you got a sub, please give Brylar Gaming a big thank you. And if you're already a sub, chuck in some squirrel gifts for him. Thank you. And Dumas, thank you for 77. And Rudy, thank you for 11. Thank you so much for the Baldur's Gate playthrough. It was great. Now catching up on Skylines VOD. I shall have last weekend's streams up this weekend. But yeah, glad you're enjoying them. Can we convince? There you go. So you just got to click it in the right place. Because if you do that, you say we lose that lane. It's just a matter of coercing it. But the question then is, can we grab that into the... Brrr. A cross intersection. Dude, and that's literally what I had. And then somebody in chat went, why do you do a roundabout under the bridge? Because for every one person that says use a roundabout, somebody else will say use a cross section. And I think a lot of it comes down to, are you American or are you European? There is no better junction. Right, so how are we going to connect that into the array? I want to connect that into that lane. I don't know if there's a way of convincing this. Do we need to... Do I have to sort of do a 4-lane off it first, maybe? Or just connect the 4 lanes straight in. That's not a 4 lane. Connect the 4 lane in, then we can do that. Then grab that. Just what I wanted. That's absolutely bang on. It's a lovely junction. Exactly what I had in mind, and I can't even delete her. It's that perfect. I hope the editor doesn't fight quite like this. It doesn't want to branch away because of that tunnel. I'm not sure what that splodgy bit is in the middle. That's about as good as it's going to get, I think. I'm just going to leave that right there. So then we want a feed from here that comes up. Basically breaks this. I don't know what Baz is going to do. Right, does that grab the middle lane? Every now and again it just goes crazy like that. And you move it a couple of pixels over and it... What on earth? I couldn't even tell you if that's correct. I think it's correct. And then we want to take that middle lane from here to the roundabout. No, that's not right. What's going on? Is the internet dead? I don't know. I'm guessing it was Twitch. I'm not seeing anything. What happened? I think Twitch just from my perspective, we've not dropped any frames, so I don't know what's going on. We all got booted. Twitch has been having problems like that all week. The stream became offline. Oh, wow. I think your roads killed the stream. What, my amazing roads? No, it's really hard to see because this has got traffic on it. I think it's that. I think at this point, I'm just going to get it working and then adjust it. Because this doesn't have enough lanes anyway. Let's see what happens. There's some weirdness here. Almost looks like a stop sign, but it's not. So this could do with being 6 lanes, really. You see, this lane coming on to the roundabout has a right turn only. This one has a straight on and a right turn only, and it's because of how far that junction is. it's not having it. Pipes are broken. I thought they were fixed. They're flowing. I mean, they're disconnected from here, but... Well, at the moment it's flowing. There's some weird shenanigans going on here where this merges. Well, they're all kind of giving way to each other. It might just be better if we merge these highways. Take that one into that one. See, why has that got a stop sign on it? It's actually working surprisingly better than I thought it would. You saw 2 trucks go straight via the roundabout. Yeah, you got to give it a few minutes. Like, there may still be vehicles on the map that have still got some old pathing. It takes a while for the game to adjust. See, everything that hits that roundabout should be turning left. But at the moment, that's what I'm seeing. They're all taking like a left 90. The south road isn't quite lined up. A lane is merging at the bridge. Oh, yeah. Scumbag game. I don't understand what this little black spot is. That's kind of weird. Somebody going straight at the roundabout. I've not noticed one yet. I'm sure I just saw some trucks come down Hillside Highway and go straight over. This lot. Is that one doing the same? The main thing is, from a bigger picture, the traffic's actually flowing. It's acting like a one-lane roundabout. Yeah. I don't think the AI uses lanes quite as well as it should. And we're stuck behind a maintenance truck. This is why when people say add more lanes to a roundabout, it's kind of pointless because the AI doesn't use the bandwidth that you get from that. Or they just do derpy things where every time they change lanes, they just cause traffic problems to the point where they'll lane change and then they'll reverse and then it's just nuts. No, the roundabout doesn't need more than one lane. See, in theory, because they're always turning left, when they get on the roundabout, really, they should come onto the inner lane. From left to right, they don't go through the tunnel. So they're not coming down that lane. Why would that be? Is anything going down there? Because it kind of feels like it isn't. The stuff coming this way, most of the stuff seems to get off at the roundabout. Maybe it's just because nobody wants to go straight on. They're actually... The question is anybody coming down the highway but using the roundabout to carry on straight? That's the question. He just did it. So the next question is why? Why have they got a preference to go around the roundabout rather than straight on? Unless the shadowy patch is breaking something. I don't know, if there was a way of seeing the connections, you know, like Traffic Master or whatever it was, would actually show you the connecting nodes, if it could see that. I mean, one way is to basically slow some of these roads down. So you could effectively upgrade this road, or rather downgrade this road. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, Gravy. But I can't change the speed limits directly. The only thing I can do is build a slower road, and the only slower road than a single lane one-way highway is a single lane one-way road, which will bring a footpath to it. So we do that. Then somehow have to ban parking. You see, the thing is, because traffic is coming the other way, it makes me think that the connection's fine. Like, the slope is not the problem. But there is a bit of a rip in the terrain. This shadow, I don't know if that means anything. Yeah, so you see how this truck is coming from east to west. Right now, we've got nothing going from west to east. They're all going over the roundabout. We don't know why. I think, all things being equal, there must be a broken connection. There must be a broken connection here. We can't see it. Because even now they're still not going that way. And this is a much slower way to go now because it's got a 40 limit. It's like half the speed of the highway. They're getting to here and just changing over. Like they're going, nope, I can't go that way. So yeah, I think the only possible explanation is there's something broken here. Temporarily closed Hillside Highway. Hillside Highway. I don't see a Hillside Highway. Oh, sorry, that one. I was seeing the Highland, assuming it was the same. Now they're going that way. So what does that mean? How can they prefer to come onto this roundabout in preference to just going straight over there? I don't get it. I don't get that. You know what I think it is? I'll tell you what, this is my theory. The AI is using a cost calculation, right? It's saying, is it more expensive to come along this highway, go round the roundabout, and then go back down that highway and carry on? Is that more expensive or less expensive than going straight underneath? Now, when we look at this, we think, obviously, you'd go straight on. It's a nice straight line. Why would you go to a roundabout? Humans wouldn't do that, right? But with the AI, we're not taking into account distance because we have to drop down like 12.5 meters underneath and come back up 12.5 meters. And that kind of depression distance is longer than the distance around that roundabout. So it's going around the roundabout. That's what's happening. It's probably pretty close calculation, but it's just shorter to go roundabout. And I don't know if we can actually do very much about that. apart from make this slightly longer. There's a lot of trucks coming that way. There we go. He's coming this way now, look. Where's he going? This car with the trailer. See? And they're at it again. Like, oh yeah, we like this roundabout. Oh my god. You would remake that underpass? Dude, I'll send you my save file and you can remake it, okay? I'm not remaking that underpass. To be honest, I don't think there's anything much you can do with it anyway. Like, it's as long as it needs to be, as deep as it needs to be, and then it ramps up as quickly as it can. It's so fiddly, because you've got to detach all these little roads off it. Wait, I just saw a car go that way. This guy. Oh. The general behaviour is drive along here. Oh, hang on. And then change your mind. Can you make it start from a different junction point? We don't have a lot of room. That's the problem. 1, 2, 3. Just went underneath. Another one. I think that little loop might have just tilted it. This is a concern. Yeah, we can't really just have traffic giving way to that traffic. They're all trying to get into the industrial estate. Quite an alternative. Hillside highway is not needed. But this one? Well, how else can you come in from Robin Street and go north? Trouble is, this is now gridlocked the roundabout. Can you make a road so it's heavy vehicle only? Nope. Annoyingly. You can ban heavy vehicles in a district, but not a road. And there used to be a traffic mod that let you look at an individual road and you could say, right, no ambulances, no taxis, no garbage trucks, no heavy goods vehicles, no buses. You can have fine-grained control over your roads. Come on, jog on. A lot of lane changing going on here. Stupid merge. We've got to change this. I think we're just going to force all the traffic's going to have to go that way. If you turn off precipitation, you'll improve simulation performance. I'm still rocking 30 FPS. Yeah, it's the simulation side of it. Like, basically, there's a lot going on in terms of vehicles and people and trains and stuff. I might just make that a one-way road. That way. Look at this truck. Warning, this truck is reversing. He's like, whoa, 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 whoa. Somebody just made this a one-way. Dude. And a jackknife. At least it means they have to come out that way, which will take some pressure off here. Okay, I think that's okay now, I think. You can just leave that be for a bit. Go and fix something else that's broken. Wait, didn't we already have an Empire Street? Let's build this out a bit, get some people moving in. What's the max population? I think some people have had 500,000, but yeah, I think the machine might be on its knees at that point. You got 400k, 1 second of simulation time took 18 seconds IRL. Ooh, that sounds nasty. It was almost unplayable. What's your CPU? You need to remember, you don't know what your CPU is. You're hoping to get your hands on a 4080 on Black Friday. I've had a look at the Black Friday deals, and a lot of them are a bit of a con, I've got to be honest. Every time I look at one, I'm like, hang on a minute. You know, literally to the point where I've seen things on Black Friday deals that I bought 6 months ago. They're the same price. I've seen stuff, for example, PlayStation 5's Amazon Black Friday deals, literally cheaper at game. It is an actual scam. You've always got to... Don't assume when it says Black Friday deal on Amazon, do not assume that that is the best you can get it for. You still look everywhere else. Price Spy has not been that reliable lately, I've found. There's some houses in there. That's pretty much what they're doing, egregious. It's nothing new. They've been doing this for a long, long time. Reduce the price for the 28 days leading up, and then you can discount it and call it a sale. But yeah, 4080. What price are they coming in at? You got your 4080 4 months ago, $1,100 on Newegg. You bought your PlayStation 5 in January for $399. Now it's on for $379. Yeah, you can get better deals at Game. They do bundles and stuff. Might as well get a 4090 once you're paying over $1,000. The thing is, like, I'm sure, is it CES in January? And in CES in January, they're almost certainly to announce something. Probably a TI version of some stuff. Or a Super, something like that. You're always stuck in this kind of, is it worth buying? Because in a few months' time, they'll probably bring something else out. And sometimes it's a big change, sometimes it isn't. But the last thing you want to do is just shell out loads of money on a card, and then a month later, NVIDIA goes, hey, there's this new thing. Super's coming in January. Yes, there you go. Yeah, those, and I mean, I don't think, like, if you go from a 3080 or 3090, you're not going to get, like, a huge jump. But when you buy a graphics card, you kind of buy it in mind of, this needs to last me a few years, yeah? Because it's such a big outlay. And so you don't want to buy something and then a month later it becomes not so much obsolete, but you just think, well, if I'd have waited a month. It's the worst feeling when you get done like that. Some small businesses moved in, shall we? You wonder when the 5000 series will come out. I would imagine next summer, maybe. You can imagine January CES is probably more about Super, and then maybe as we get into May, June, you might start seeing announcements for 5000 maybe. difficult to say. Don't forget the electric bill. Do you know what? Electric bill is becoming significant now. The cost of running a machine is noticeable. What do we do with Empire Street? Do we put anything down Empire Street? I think we leave that bit alone. I think this needs sorting. Wait until you need three-phase. I don't think you will, to be honest. Nvidia's kind of going down the road of Apple, you know, like risk computing, which is a lot more efficient. Tech Tiger, thank you for 44 months, by the way. Did forget that. Snow should go shortly. Need to replace your RTX 2080. Only if you feel like you're struggling with what... Like, it's all about what you want to play. It really is. Like, there's no point just buying the latest and greatest. Like, you need to look at what you play. If the kind of games you play are demanding, then yeah. But if you was like primarily a retro gamer, there's no point. Am I the only one using an AMD card? I'll tell you why I don't use AMD graphics cards. Because drivers, NVIDIA drivers. Well, actually, that's not strictly true. The drivers is one key component. The other major component is the encoders inside an NVIDIA card. I've got 2 encoders that I can use for streaming and recording. And that is, without doubt, necessary. I think I last had an AMD graphics card probably 12 years ago-ish. You know why my face cam's died? I'll tell you why it's died, because it's got a bit warm in my room. Hang on. Let me, let's do that. Let's get it to cool down. Anyway, it's 3 o'clock, so break time anyway. I'll let it cool down. Yeah, we'll get the rest of this built up. I want to get the population up. Let's think about what major thing we want to do here. But I really need, once the snow goes, we can do some major infrastructure. Yeah, the camera's basically gone for a break early, hasn't it? That's what it's done. Let's give that a little save. Right, guys, it is 3 o'clock. So I shall be back in 1 hour's time. I'm going to go and grab some food. Much improved stream now. Thank you, Imp. Yeah, I think it looks better without me, doesn't it? I agree. Let's run the whole stream like this. Nobody wants to look at my mug anyway. Right, guys, 3 o'clock. I shall be back at 4. I'm just going to grab some food and stuff. I'll pause it there. Other than that, I shall see you all in a bit. If you're heading out, enjoy the rest of your day. For the rest of you, I'll see you back here in 1 hour. That's it for me. Bye for now. I just zoned out a bit of an area here while I was waiting for the intro. Even putting a car park there, look, aren't I nice? It's a horrible noise, that thing. The telecoms tower, where is it? There it is. This thing. Why do they have to give it a noise like that? Horrible screeching sound. Anyway, hope you had a nice break. Put some bits here, maybe. Put a footpath down the middle. Little shops. There we go. Lovely. I'm going to leave this blank. I'm going to leave that as a open road. I might even put grass on it, actually. Let's make it nice. Make it pleasant. Sound of 5G chips in your bloodstream. Lol. Let's do some grass. Don't want people parking here anyway. We could do a central bit, actually. Yeah. Let's do a central grass strip. Empire Street. There we go. Don't think we could do much with that. That's fine. Also, has this added advantage that it stops them parking. Big underground parking lot there that is now full. But actually using it, look at that. People actually using the car park. Incredible. USMC Vet, thank you for 74 months. Purple button hype. And then there's a little tech park. Let's see where else we can... I'm going to leave that bit near the lake bit. I'm going to leave that blank. We may be more or less full up here. Don't know if I want to put houses around the campus. I'm in two minds, to be honest. But we can put some stuff over here. Let's think. We can certainly get away with high rise. We've got a bus route on this stretch. Although there's no bus stop on this stretch, interestingly. Why don't we upgrade this bit to an asymmetric road and put a bus stop on it? Not quite what I had in mind. might work. Yeah, it's alright, isn't it? Little bus lane. You haven't been here for a couple of years. Last time was 2017. That's 6 years. I'm doing alright, Holmeister, thank you. 6 years, man. I think here we'll have some accommodation with shops like that. Oh, you're supposed to stop there, pal. And you are not supposed to be in the bus lane. Now we want some low rent housing, we want some student digs as well. That's tall enough. Interesting, it didn't use them 4 squares at the back. Make sure they can get to this bus stop. Seen a lot of parking around here. I'm thinking, where's the nearest car park? It's just slightly too big for that. Yikes. These car parks are really full. Now that I kind of left as a greenery, but we'll see. There's a lot of parking going on. Homie Live, thank you for 80 months. Eric, thank you for 92. Some big numbers, guys. Thank you. Oh, missed this bit. Let's force the grid to the other side. That car park just filling up already. It's nice to see them fix things, you know? Like, it was horrible putting car parks down and seeing like 3 cars in there. But now they actually work. Even that's not going to be big enough. There's a lot of traffic around here. Can they fit a small car park there? Lovely. I don't want to leave that blank because it looks open and boring, or whether to build something on it or not. Do you have any problems with mail? Not anymore. No, the mail problems are solved now. Did you try roaming your first city person? What does that mean? Oh, they're going to add lots of new assets. Yeah, they've already lined up a free asset drop, which has loads of cool themes in it. Yeah, Grayson, there's so many things they need to add around traffic. Controlling traffic, you know, controlling the pathing they have, being able to put giveaway signs down manually or stop signs down manually at particular junctions, not just the entire junction. That's a good one. Restricting what can go down certain roads, yeah? Or changing the speed limits on roads. There's lots and lots of things that we need. That works really well. I quite like that. Little bus lane. It's annoying they're all parking here, but hey, huh? I guess they're crying out for a parking spot. Suppose it being a tech university, it wouldn't... Did we already give them a parking? Let's make sure they're not shy on parking. Oh, the whole first person thing, yeah. Yeah, I think there's no point adding that yet until the performance issues have all been sorted out. But yeah, it'll be nice to have the first person thing. My guess is it'll come as a mod first and then be added to the main game. I might add some dinky little shops here. Yep, it was. When I used to go on a bio break and leave it on a first-person bus journey. That was great. Yeah, you got to see the whole city properly. That's filling up. Hmm. I'm not sure if I want anything down this road. What I could do is I could move the police station onto this service road. And then we could free up some more housing down here. Any plans to make a space center? I don't know, to be honest. We built an international airport, and frankly, that doesn't really do very much. Like, for what you kind of expect to happen versus what happens, it's a bit meh. Like 115 passengers at an international airport with 8 different flights. Like 8 different routes connected. It's bizarre. This is the external train, 3 passengers on it. So if the spaceport behaves anything like that, it's a complete waste of time. Both airports are way too big for what they do. I agree. I totally agree. What I might do is I might grab these tiles here. So that is the edge of the map right there. Once the snow melts, we can continue this road over here and build something over here. The question is, what? Is there anything particular we're missing? Let's have a look. The Grand Bridge. Did we ever build a large hadron collider? I don't think we did. Did we build a telescope? I don't think we did. Did we build a geological research center? I don't know. Tech and medical, we've definitely built. Radio telescope, we definitely built. Geological research center. The Large Hadron Collider, we didn't because it's a bit big, isn't it, if I remember. However, we have the space for it now. So it would seem appropriate that we do it the other side of this this tech park we have. Pretentious Pond. We could even have a road that goes under and connects through as well. Oh, the topology here is horrendous. Huh? It's quite a drop. Maybe we'll just make this a little bit smoother. Right, who set off the squeaky bike horn? That was Brylar again, dude. Thank you very much. That is 30 subs he's gifted today, Brylar. Thank you. Welcome, guys. Thanks for the score gifts.
It's 18.28 and I finally recovered from the hangover I woke up with this morning. Hope you are doing well, Scrove.
I am doing well. Your hangover is self-inflicted, therefore deserves no sympathy from any of us. But I'm sure you had a good time. Should we get the tech park next to this lake? That might look quite nice. Let's see if it'll fit in this space. That is quite large. This large Hadron Collider is actually quite large. It's a hell of a hill drop. Right, the question is, where's the road connection? Looks like the 3 buildings. I think we can push it that way a bit. What's that? It's the subway. Well, that caused an XP explosion. Does that mean the progression panel? So I've gone all the way through to Megalopolis. Megalopolis? How do you say that? Megalopolis. Megalopolis? On 161,000 amount of people. 161. And I'm a Megalopolopolis. I'm a big dinosaur. Go figure. Let's do some tidying up here. To hook it all into that somehow. Right, so how do you want this road to function? Oh, snow's finally melting, look. Way! I can actually see what's going on. Finally. Oh yeah, I forgot about those Adobe. Those 2 holes by the Grand Hotel that we tried to fill with rain. Wow, it looks completely different now. I'd be happy if it stayed, like, why does it need to go from everything covered in snow to nothing covered in snow? Like, why can't it just stay, you know, a bit icy, a bit snow-capped? You know, bits of snow around the place, but that's about it. Why can't it stay like that for a while? I'd be happy if it was just like this now. Where did we build that hotel? Blimey. That was not the tourist zone, that was here. There you go. Somebody said if you make a hole, it rains in it and fills it with water. Well, that's been there for 6 months. Not seeing too much in the way of rain, are you? We'll leave it. We'll give it a whole summer. See what happens. Right, we need to get something linked up over here. What's the transport like? We have a train station here. That's a terminal. That flows into that train line. What does that symbol mean? Cargo train. Yeah, we do actually have a train branch that way. We also have a subway line that neatly runs right past this. So I think probably a subway connection's the way to go. Subway goes down to that major station there. In fact, that subway could actually just make a stop here, couldn't it? Haven't got an overground subway station. Probably because they're massive. Game lied to me. You know, I can barely see that line. Cool. Nice freebie. It looks a bit weird, doesn't it? Not least of which because it's not in the terrain very well. Like, you can never put trees on it. We've got a real tech park going on here. Really? How can they complain about lack of crematoriums when there's literally a crematorium here? Vehicles in use, 0 of 30. What? Let's try that. That's at the edge of the map. It's not exactly a highly buildable land, this. We've also got a roundabout connection here. I suppose we could have... actually, where's the air pollution? Okay, that's fine. We could have some low density stuff going on, excuse me, down here around the lake. I think that's what we'll do. So I think we'll keep a sharp edge. Lakefront property. Yeah, we've got to be able to charge A lot of dollar for that, right? Wrong one. Or sweep it around here and then take it closer towards this edge. We could actually aim for a cliff drop. Really sharp set of cliffs. Do we try and sneak him into this corner? Bit tricky. We could perhaps put a campfire type thing here. Campsite thing. Golf club architects. Of course there is. It's probably rubbish, but the idea is sound. The thing is, though, if you buy PGA Golf, you can actually make a course that players can then play on, which is way more fun than just making a golf course. Right. Let's marry these junctions up. Probably expect to go... I think we'll have a hillside road. Where's Pups? He's forgotten how to play golf. He reckons he's a snooker expert now, Ty. Rames is doing fine, thank you. Really, game? Really? Traffic lights and giveaway signs? Yeah, okay. We'll go for the stop sign approach, shall we? So we get on with that. Have I been loaded in by Black Friday deals? I splashed out, actually. Yeah, I got an amazing Black Friday deal. It cost me £14.71, and I got a TV wall mount in a Black Friday deal. I think I saved at least £1.50. I think it was like 10% off. So yeah, I killed it this year. Absolutely killed it. How about you? I reckon Jeff Bezos saw that transaction, was like, "Ooh, we need to rethink this Black Friday thing." Well, with the savings, I'm thinking about booking a cruise for next year. You know, that £1.50 is going to go a long way. Why those two lanes merge? Horrible. Absolutely horrible. An extra dip for my kebab. Actually, I think the Domino's large garlic dip is £2, so I couldn't even get that. Game, why do you have to merge in such a horrible way? It's interesting what it does with them junctions, like. If you bring it too close in, the opposite lane, the entrance highway at the top, suddenly loses its join ability because it can't path over to this one. But if it's too wide, it'll path over to it. And then this pedestrian crossing goes from being at a weird angle to being almost straight. I was going to go under. We've got a subway here. I like how they're coming along here and there's literally no arrows telling them which lane to go into. Okay, so we've got a major road there, we've got a major road here. Of the crime scene. A crime has been committed in the other city that you can't see. Lovely. I'm doing alright, J-War. How are you? Let's get the distance of this right so we can build on it. A bit too close. There's going to be some nice coastal homes there, yeah. don't know if they want us to build parking down here or not. We could build parking up here for them. Almost $500,000. Yeah. Or making 98,000 an hour. I wish there was, as well as a pavement path, I wish there was a dirt path like this. It looks so weird.
Hello Squirrel. Hope that you and your family are doing well. So, I finally bite the bullet and bought the Xbox Series 10. It is my first console, if I don't count Russian knockoff version of Nintendo Family Computer. TBC.
Enjoy the Xbox, mechanic. Thank you for the donation, sir. Xbox Series 10, I know, right? Mapex, thank you for 66 months, and Devil, thank you for 74. Yeah, it looks so weird building a dirt track followed by a pavement path.
I finally could play all the Gears of War games that did not come to PC. I also tried the controller for other games, like Need for Speed, ETS, ATS and SnowRunner. I have to say I am really bad with the controller and it feels worse to me than keyboard.
Well, you know what a PC guy would say, mechanic? Keyboard and mouse forever. Pros and cons. It takes a lot of getting used to using a controller. There's the dog park. There you go, we got all the recreation sorted. Xbox controller is considered on the bigger side. It feels tiny in my hands. Yeah, because you've got the PlayStation controller is for people with really small hands, and the Xbox controller is for people with slightly bigger hands. But I do agree, there's no real controller that you can get for somebody with big hands. They've just got smaller and smaller. Oh, that's so rubbish. You can't upgrade that because the last part of it is off the other side. Scumbag. Yeah, I think the PlayStation's made for a Japanese hand, isn't it? Sony is a Japanese company, so they tend to make them that way. I'm just surprised they don't make two sizes. Like, there is no one size fits all. You don't make one size of shoe. You don't make one size of shirt. Why do you make one size of controller? Like, it'd just be all the same electronics inside, just different size. It's not really personal preference, though, Dyson, at all. You can't do anything about the size of your hands. Yeah, but with mice, you're right. You get different sizes of mice, yeah? And I can pick something that fits my hand. But with a controller, there are no options. It's not really that I prefer a different controller size. I need a different controller size. And not through a choice. It's not like, oh, I prefer the red one over the green one. Yeah, Nintendo Switch Joy-Cons are really small. They're really small. But then they're made for a portable thing, so you can't make them too big, right? How are we doing on the basics of water and stuff? Water's good. Crematorium availability is just about okay, but... Ooh! I've not seen this before. We have 175 criminals that have been censored, and we don't have a prison. I've never seen the need for the prison, but now suddenly I have people who have been sentenced, and people who have been jailed. Cool. Let's build a prison. I haven't got it unlocked. Right, police headquarters. Prisons. Okay, right. Where are we? There's Poop's Edge. Of course, I would only ever put my prisoners in the finest part of the town. I don't know how big this is. You see, they should genuinely do this. Prisoners would not want to come back. If you had to wake up to that smell every single morning, you would do everything not to come back here. Almost big enough. Well, that's the other thing, Brom. You wouldn't try to escape, would you? You're like, I ain't swimming in that. No way am I swimming in that. Okay, got enough space there. Wait, is that sunk? I swear that's sunk. There we go. It's a nice little platform. There we go. Can we build the whole promenade thing around it, I wonder? In water. It doesn't like that. What if we make it... Oh, look at that. Look at that milkshake. Look at that. Look at it ebbing and flowing. Okay, we can attach it to that. It thinks it's in the water, bizarrely. Even though it's not. A two-lane road without sidewalks allows traffic in both directions. Right, what's this? What is this? As if they've got, like... Oh my god. Ridiculous. It's almost like they're on vacation. Upgrade will need more space. Oh god. Forgot about the upgrades. What are the upgrades? Prison wing, prison library and recreation center increases the well-being. What? What? No. A prison wing? I mean, I don't... How many people... Look, we're giving the whole 500 people. We're not having an extension. And if we have more than 500 prisoners, I'm just going to start throwing them into the water. If we run out of space, that's what we're going to do. Problem solved. No extension wings. It's going to be a first in, first out policy. The longer you've been here, the more chance you're going to get chucked over the side. Seems fair. It's democratic. Everybody knows the rules when they come in. Now I figure we can basically link it over there. This is a tourist attraction, Poop's Edge. Oh, yeah. Now we're talking. No, they don't get nice curves. They get angles is what they get. They've been naughty, they don't get nice things. Why do they need a roundabout? What possible use have they for a roundabout? There's a lot of vans suddenly leaving here. Oh, a prison van, look at this. There's an army of prison vans just left. 176 have been sentenced. We have a capacity of 500. It's definitely going to be more than 500, you reckon? Operator game. Oh, that scumbag. There we go. Right, Poop's Edge is there. This needs to be called something. Okay, Al Caput Prison. Any better offers? Scumbag Island? Puka Trap. Smell high. Oh, Poopa Trap's I like. Poopa Trap is good. I think we'll go with that. Poopa Trap. What a fantastic place for a prison. -5 crime rate within 800 meters. Skid Row. Oh dear. We have 10 out of 10 vehicles in use right now. I wish you could put up custom signs. I'd put up a custom sign down there. Oh, they're not happy. High rent. I'm surprised they don't get any air pollution. I know the wind just blows that way. If it blew the other way, these people would be ill. What's our electricity surplus like? Exporting 1.1 megawatts. That's alright. That's come down a lot. That used to be nearly 1 million. No, hydroelectric will not work. This map is all about wind. Wind power is the way. Hydroelectric will not work on this map. There's just hardly any kind of strong water flow anywhere. That's the wrong kind of road. Well, we've got a nuke. We've got loads of wind turbines. We have a nuclear power plant. We have 2 solar plants. You know, we're producing a lot of electric. Here, over at Glowwater, we certainly help to look after our environment at Glowwater. Don't worry about that. That's just some dye we put in the water. It helps with the cooling. Built a racetrack. Daytona right there. James U97, thank you 26 months. Wicked Smart, thank you for 19. GJ Dobsy, thank you for 93. Cassius, thank you for half a year. You're welcome, Cassius. Thank you for the support. Right, we've got the inner ring road connected in 2 places. I don't know if I want to connect it here as well. Probably should. Probably should. That's fine. How do we want to lay this out? I really would like some more road types. I'm looking forward to getting mods that give us a lot more variety of roads. There's only so many things you can do with these roads. It's weird the way this grid thing works. So you see that there, right? I've got roughly rectangular squares. Yeah, if I make it any smaller, it gets rid of that inner one. But that there is a sweet spot. But then you think, okay, I want you to do that, but have another row. But as you get bigger, they stop being like square shaped. become very long rectangles, and then ultimately you get another one. There. Which isn't right, because when you're back here, you can easily fit another one. See? So what was the dig? Like, why didn't it just do that before? Don't get it. Yeah, I really want some control over the sizing. Like, there should be some options that I can come up with. Like, if I want a fixed size or whatever. Hang on, I need to drink this cup of tea before it goes cold. That's right, a right mess of them. What you need to unlock the bridge? It's just a points thing. That one. 8 points. It's cool on a sort of skill tree you can unlock new buildings and abilities. It is, yeah. So it just depends how we want to build this out, really. We could just have it entire as a suburb. Like this kind of thing, but a big version of it. We could throw in a few medium buildings, or we could just keep the medium buildings over this side. We've got a subway station up here, but nothing else. In terms of large public transport. So it makes sense, really, that there's not a high-density area. And the nearest kind of bus run will be down to this station here, which really could do with a bus depot, a bus station now. Because, frankly, these bus stops can't cope. I have to get rid of some shops to do it. way. Like, why can't there be a small version of that? It's massive. Literally can't fit that in. Another option is to sacrifice some of these houses here, then extend that train line underground, pop it up over here somewhere. So you've got a train link. Maybe you could bring it up, I don't know. Doesn't feel like long distance. Because that really needs a bus station next to it. Or maybe we can just dedicate some bus lane. Which I kind of already did. Wait, what? That's so weird. There we go. That may help a little bit. Look at that. They're actually using the station car park. Oh my god, look how many passengers are on there. Which line is that? Oh, they're all blue. How helpful. Literally can't find this line. It's not in there, that's why. One of these. There it is. 51%. 1,700 passengers. Holy smoke, we got 4 trains. What? Got 4 trains assigned to it. It's going from train station to train station. Wheatfield View. Got any bigger trains? Didn't I just name this? Station Muse. So it's going from here to here. It's that link. But it has to go that way. That's fine. 83 Blair, thank you for 20 months, sorry. And Anonymous Moose with 68, did you hear about the new type of broom? It's sweeping the nation. Dude! Station Muse is indeed a major hub. Are they getting delayed or something, these trains? They've got their own platform. I'm not really seeing anything that would hold them up. Look at that. 845 passengers, 840 capacity. That's how full that is. It's like a Japanese train. You know, this, they have people outside literally pushing people on. It's like that. I feel like these trains are bugged though. They just seem to sit around for a long, long time. What are they doing? Why doesn't it leave? It's full. It can't fill up anymore. Just go. Why is it sticking around? Conductor's on a break. Might as well be. I see them doing a lot though, those trains. They sort of stick around and don't do anything. And it does make you wonder what's going on. We'll leave that blank. Have some nice houses. Houses over here. Main road is that way, so this is a coastal. Not sure about this. I might just leave that. It's quite hilly. We could work it if necessary. I can't really put any industrial stuff here. I suppose we could use it. Can't go too near that highway because I can't put any noise block on it. Did I just build something? Invalid shape. What? Wait, I put a piece of road down, and then I put a roundabout down, then delete the piece of road, and it deletes the roundabout. How about you just leave the roundabout behind? What's going on? It's bizarre. Well, we'll work with it. I suppose we should connect them. I think by default, it shouldn't put pedestrian crossings on roundabouts. Or at least it should be an option when you build. Right. We just got this bit to do. Okay, I think we can get some footpaths in. Well, if we take the view that we're going to need a bus out to run. Then we certainly need links to the outer perimeter. Like that. Told you. Literally called it. We're going to have the world's longest footpath. So you can walk all the way down to the recreation area if you want to. Depending on how this pans out, we may have to think about footbridges and stuff. It's not easy to get from this side to this side. I don't like if you create a road out of one piece, you also only can remove it as one big piece. Oh no, you could. There's a way around that, Dutch Foxy. So if you have like a, say, have a big road like that, and you end up saying, oh yeah, well that's not a good example because it split it. Why is it being annoying now? There you go. So you don't want it to delete the whole thing. So what you can do is just pick a piece of road, go somewhere along here that you want to split it, and then double tap. Yeah? And then when you've double tapped, it'll split the road. Let's do... I think the game's frozen. Nope. Don't know what it was doing. I thought it was about to go bye-bye. Right, so that is dead end up there. It's too hilly. We could have a footpath, actually. Again, I don't really want them crossing over here. I really want a prefab bridge for like a 4-lane road or a 2-lane road, a footbridge that just is basically this, but just a prefab. This can let people walk up to here, although I don't know where we hook into. The problem with these prefabs is they're not easy to hook into. Thankfully, we've got this piece of road. There we go. B Sharp, thank you for 16 months. Nobody panic, I'm finally here. Whew, we can settle down now, guys. B Sharp's here. Vex, thank you for 37. Now, what do you want to get from there to here? Possibly. Pedestrian arch bridge. Should we build one of them? Slope too steep. It's pedestrians. Lovely. People can walk to the Hadron Collider now. That's a bit too steep. That's okay. I don't know if they want to walk this way. Maybe to the bus or something. Let's get rid of that. Did I forget about this bit? I think I did. think that might need stop signs or something. Are they going to want to go from this side to that side? I don't know. We'll give them the option. At the moment, I don't know where I'm going to put the bus stops and things. Or shops, and they might want to get around by foot. I think they need to add, like, electric bicycles and things like that. Electric scooters. Segways and stuff. Segway DLC. So your pedestrians can get around different ways. Could be fun. This is basically Jogger's Loop. You wouldn't surprise me if it all ends up being one big DLC. Well, I mean, Skylines 1, they brought DLC out for that for years. Some of it was really good. Some of it was arguably stuff that should have been in the base game. But then, you know, Specialized Industry was a DLC, but that has now been incorporated into the base game, which is nice. No. I don't know if we need more crossing points for pedestrians. Error 670, welcome. Make yourself at home, put your feet up. They may need a pedestrian crossing here of sorts. There's no way to get across there. I like the shadows of the bridge. It's kind of fun. Nothing like a fishing park or restaurant in the water yet. Nah. That's most definitely going to be DLC. What's the terrain like? That is very hilly down there. I feel like some people would almost certainly want to live here. The problem is getting a road up to there, unless they come off this. Very exclusive little settlement. Let's go with that. Well, the problem with the gravel road is, yes, it would, but then they have literally nowhere to park their car. So you kind of would have to build a car park, because where are they going to park? It's just where I want different choices of road, you know? I'd like to have a gravel road, but with parking on one side. Something like that. Just some options. You can't put little picnic benches down and decorations down there. Right, so we do need to think about parking and parks, recreation stuff. We've got stuff down here. This will almost certainly need its own school system, because the education system is, well, let's say we need more elementary. We're okay for high school-ish. University's good, but elementary, and it wouldn't hurt to have a high school and college here. Let's put it that way. I wonder if we can get it here. It's not central, but it is, we can get a bus route up there, maybe. Whoa, low flyer. It would kind of make sense to have the schools near this thing as well. I think what we'll have to do is delete these footpaths for now. I think you'll need a road off, ideally off here. Sort of plateau this a little bit more. Decorations to parts of your city. What do you mean? What kind of decorations are you thinking? That forms the edge of that. So we can basically build schools here and then have a bus route that comes from this area, picks everybody up, and then brings them to here. Benches and parks. Excuse me. It would be nice to be able to put like individual benches and stuff down, yeah, if that's what you mean. We are missing a lot of assets that we had in Skylines 1. Elementary school. Might get a high school. College. Yeah, we've got space there. It's quite nice. We might need 2 schools, to be honest. 2 elementaries. We can have like 2 schools opposite each other and have all girls, all boys. Let's see. Plus 5% health for students, eh? Give them a car park. If we actually do a looping road, then we can have the bus station, the bus loop follow that. college library. How incredibly posh. I suppose it should be pedestrian friendly. So how are we looking now? Elementary capacity. See, we need another elementary school, really. I don't really want to build another elementary school here. I might build a high school here, then maybe chuck an elementary down there. I mean, we could fit it in here, but it just don't feel right. What extensions have you got? Extension wing, school library, sports field. Oh, I forgot you had a giant sports field. Don't really have the terrain at the moment, though. Is this going to comfortably fit? Yikes. I'm going to have to move the highway. The noise barrier back, and then we can soften this ground a little bit. We need footpaths up there. CSJ, thank you for 90 months. I feel very old and found out some shocking news. What was the shocking news? You can't leave us. You can't leave us in limbo like that. I found out some shocking news. I'm just not going to tell you what it is. you scumbag. Actually. I have a half-brother I never knew about.
Paul, great streamer and tutor and moderators, good work. Love all.
Thank you very much, Mickey. It's appreciated, thank you. Can we get a footpath down here? Too steep. Oh yeah, now we're talking. So, with this half brother, are you going to try and find the other half? Ba-dum. Oh, come on, it was an obvious gag. Unbelievable. Yeah, I think we're going to need a footbridge for this, aren't we? Most certainly going to need one here. A lot of infrastructure needs happening. He tried to consult your dad for years, but he did want to be, but he did want to hear it. I used to work with a guy. Before I did this, actually, and he was adopted, and then he found out. Bearing in mind he was about 38 years old at the time. He found out that he had he had brothers and sisters that he never knew he had from his actual birth mother. And they had found out about him And they actively reached out to get in contact with him, and he was freaked out by it. Completely freaked out. Because, first of all, he never knew about these people. Secondly, he was quite upset that they'd been able to even get hold of his details. You know, this is like, we were already in the realms of the Data Protection Act at that point, but we weren't in the realms of GDPR. So the fact they were able to get hold of his details was quite, you know, you just wouldn't be allowed these days. But so in theory, if you're adopted, you're allowed, you can basically say, I do not want to be contacted by my birth parents, even if they want to contact me. I don't want it. You can say that. And that then means that they should never be able to find out your details. But somehow, this person had. So he was a bit freaked out by it. And I said to him, so what are you going to do? Are you going to get in touch with someone? He was like, nope, don't want anything to do with them. It really rattled him for a while. You know, I don't know what it's like to be adopted, what feelings he has, but he didn't want anything to do with it. He was like, I've got this far in life without them. I don't need them. I don't want to know. Okay. It's like a template, this, isn't it? It's like, there's literally nothing here yet, but there is a lot here. But there's nothing here. Right, we definitely need some car parks going in before I start building things out. Let's see. I guess there's going to be a propensity for cars around here. I don't think that belongs in an area like this. You have one full and two half brothers. Used to be one full and one half. Hang on, if you've got two halves, you've got a full brother. So you've now got two full brothers. It's maths. Street parking won't matter there. Guess we need some parking over this bit. Oh my life. Bet you're full, aren't you? No, you're not full. And there's only 13 vehicles out, so what are you waiting for? Why are they not? There's one there. There's one here. That's only got 16 vehicles out. That's only got 13 vehicles out, and yet there's a load of bodies need taken away. What gives? Oh my god. Apparently there's some kind of weird traffic problem. How many hearses? It's crazy. My new half-brother wants to reach out to me and my full brother. Listen, all I would say to you, CSJ, is it's a completely personal choice what you do next. Yeah, if you want to reach out to him, go ahead. If you don't, don't. Think about it first. Weigh up the options. Pros and cons, isn't it? Here we go. Where's the traffic gridlock? Is that a hearse going into the parking lot? What the? What? I'll just park up here and we'll quickly run over and grab that corpse and then... Yeah. What? That was weird. Unless there was a dead body in the parking lot, that was weird. Right, bus stops. Let's see. Now then, how do you flow the bus stops around here? I think we'll have an inner and an outer. He didn't reach out to your half-brother, he should have. Turns out he couldn't swim. Do we bother to send a bus round here? Suppose we could send... Put a bus stop here. They can always walk to that easily enough. Then we're most certainly going to need something on the school loop. Maybe a drop there and a drop there. There might be a little problem. We'll see how it goes. Bus stop near that crossing point. Okay. I should be able to get a bus easily enough. Then the question is, where do we take them? We could have just a circuit that just moves people around. And then we could have specific runs to things like the station. Could even build a bus stop somewhere. I guess we should be moving people here. Brightwater Mills. Ideally, I'd like a bus station down near that train station, but I suppose I could do it. I have to trash some houses. Then probably have to push this road back to here. And then drop it in there somewhere. These people ain't going to be happy. It's on a one-way road. Yo. Oh, it's going to break so many things. There's a lot of people using them footpaths. Look at that. So the first thing is to get rid of this road and then it should reroute. Is that an asymmetric 3-lane? I think it is. Now, it's annoying that they go in that way and come out that way. I'd really like it if it was the other way around, but hey ho. Right, what we need to do now is move that to there. Why can't I just drag this? This is clunky. Right, let's turn them all off. Right, there's one of them. So I want to move that. So drag that dot to here. Nope, no can do. So maybe if we drag that to here. No, what am I doing wrong? Got buses selected. Do I have to be in this mode? My God, that's rubbish. Mr. Target, thank you for 11 months. Will you be making another city when the mods are out? That's a very good question. The thing is, the mods are going to continuously come out, aren't they? The only issue we ever found with mods is once you build a city with mods and then those mods stop being updated, your city won't load. There was always pain that came with it. Right, line manager. Drop that to there. Electric bus recharging station. Right, you lot. Look at them downvoting there. How dare you remove our bus stops? Just build you a new bus station. Would the bus station work better when being flipped? Dude, we haven't got the space to flip it, have we? That's the problem. Some low rent housing opposite there, along with some shops. Inaccurate marksman, thank you for 72 months. You've been hitting that target for 6 years. I think you need to drop the name Inaccurate now. You've earned it. Right then, so let's see. We'll go from here. Oh, enough colours in the rainbow for this. We go from there to... what should we do? Let's do a circular pickup. What if we go...
Good evening, Paul and chat. More Skylines clunkiness sim. Finished with my steam trains and off to the pub later. SquirrelPlus.
Finish with your steam... Is it still steam train season, Chris? Surely the weather's so bad now, you should be like putting those little locomotives back in the shed for the winter. You know, got to keep them clean and looked after and, you know, take a break and watch some streams. Just saying. We also want to get people go into here. This is where I think it gets messy. Yeah, I thought so. So I have to come that way. Should get people around nicely. CS2 let you expand more than a couple of tiles without the need for downloading mods. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. So you've got all these tiles to choose from. And unlike Skylines 1, it doesn't like constrain you. It just says, here's all the tiles. Do what you want. And then as you level up, you unlock more tiles that you can unlock. So now I've got 186 left to unlock. And you can see how much I've already done. We'll probably get some... Did we go for a suburb, low density here? I suppose the medium density would be nearer to the school. However, this I want to keep as low dense, really. I guess this would have some shops in it. I saw you added some traffic patterns without the need of mods. The game looks more improved. Oh, for sure. Let's get all low renters and shops and stuff in here. Can't do anything with that. That's the Large Hadron Collider. 52 employees. Plus 15% interest in university education citywide. An increased demand for software and electronics. That's pretty good. That's one thing we do need is offices. I haven't built many offices recently. Feels like there should be an office park around here. Maybe that's something I should just stick around here, actually. It's not a bad shout. Actually. That road may have to be upgraded. Let's have a little business park. There's a subway. They need to go over to the subway. We'll come this way because there's dead space. Try and get people to the subway. There's a bus stop here, so they can walk that way. Oh my God, I hate that. That is horrendous. I really need to sort that out. The dad jokes are real this evening. I've noticed that. I think they have been open Christmas crackers. I think you're right. Since about to go on a cruise, did you hear about the red cruise ship and the blue cruise ship that crashed into each other at sea? All survivors were marooned. Woo! What does Squirrel say to the psychologist? I think I'm nuts. Come on, bring it on. Let's have it. We have these evenings now and again. Everybody just breaks into dad joke mode. When I do dad jokes, everybody's like, oh, facepalm, groan. But it's okay for you guys to do it, right? Because your jokes are funny. That is such an old joke, Larry. Man, that, honestly, that predates the Bible, that joke. You did dad jobs to work all the time, you don't even have kids. Whoa, that's not acceptable. I wish when you drew these things out, it'd actually give you an indication about how big it's going to be. Look at that. Just no, 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 no. Why is there no way of keeping a height limit? Like, I want to put down high density offices, but I want the height to be limited. I don't want like super high rise here. And I can't even put a district policy on to say no high rise. Yikes. Let's see what they look like before I do any more of them. Holy smoke. Relying on the subway station to get us going. Oh my god. That's filled up with 1,500 kids like that. And nobody even lives here. Wow. Yeah, 19 kids in high school, 1,500 kids in elementary. Hang on a minute. 28,500, yeah. We need another elementary. We have to build another one. We need to be near one of the bus stops as well. I think here, possibly. We'll set it back off the road. Like that. That way everybody can walk to schools. What? No way did that just fill up instantly. Give me a break. Nah. The teachers haven't even turned up yet. What's going on? It's like literally on the cusp. So I need another elementary school somewhere. Hang on a minute. That footpath isn't right. Now it's right. Otherwise you get off the bus and you can't get over to school. That won't do. How many school kids would get off the bus here and be like, yes, let me just patiently walk over this bridge, versus how many will just go, run? You'd run. To be honest, I would too. I'd play Frogger. Strictly speaking, that should be a Pelican Crossing, without a doubt. But you can't build Pelican Crossings currently. Wait, where are they even going? Oh, they got off the bus and now they're waiting for another circuit. Interesting. That's a bit jank. You can have a pedestrian crossing, but you can't put like lights on it. So, which is frustrating because what it means is, like the pedestrian crossing means that the pedestrians have right of way. So they just walk up to it and you have to stop. A Pelican crossing is light driven, so the traffic has right of way. You press the button and wait. And because it's got electronics, it can say, well, you know, the last time I did this, it was only 30 seconds ago, so I'm going to wait. And every 2 minutes, I'll put it on the green man and you can cross. So it kind of allows you to keep traffic flowing and then breaks it up. So you just, because the worst thing is you can end up with pedestrians just one after another, perfectly spaced out, and they just keep entering the pedestrian crossing as another one turns up, as one's leaving, and the traffic can't move. And they're not doing anything wrong. It's just timing. So the Pelican crossing is better in that respect. Right. Let's see. So far, all of that is good for low density housing, which is great. Let's look at these. Yeah, you see, the difference between the high density and low density is so ridiculous. Like, I literally want something in between this. I don't want that, and I don't want that. I actually want something 2 or 3 floors. Yeah, medium density, exactly. It's just too much of a jarring contrast. Like, this is insane. Like, I don't want that here either. Meh. Exactly. I just want like 4 or 5 floor buildings around here. I don't want anything too big. And I don't want single story. You know, like what you can do over here. Like this kind of thing, but as offices. You know? 4 or 5 stories high, perfect. Throw in the odd high rise, but not this. Yeah, that just looks absolute nonsense. And that's what, 3x4? So 3x2. That's going to give us something like this probably. And then a 2x2. I think we'll have to use low density on this outside bit. Let's see what we get. If they ever bring out medium building, it shouldn't be a DLC. That should be base game. Like, I'm okay with themes being DLC, but not actual in-between stages of building. Come on, game. How long does it take to make? Even that 2x2 is huge. Wait, what? You see what's going on there? I put a 2x2 next to a 2x2, and if one of them's high, the other one isn't. And if I delete the other one, that one becomes high. What the? Can't do a 2x1, can't do a 3x1. 3x2 is going to be enormous. No. So that's not high rise unless I probably get rid of that one. Then that becomes high rise. What? It's almost like it looks at what is next to it and then makes a decision. And if you change what's next to it, it retrospectively changes what it's going to be. I don't know if it's so the cranes don't clip. I honestly don't know. Could be. I suspect if you waited till it finished, maybe it would carry on and do another high rise. These are just so generically cloned, aren't they? They'll look nicer when they level up. New signature building available. Principes? The company's work in this modern office building not only makes sure that justice is served, but their efficiency actually helps to reduce the crime rates in the neighborhood. Okay. -2 crime rate within 500 meters, +5 well-being within 500 meters, +5% interest in university, office efficiency, and the university graduation tendency is increased. Oh, yeah. I guess we can put that down. Fairly low rise, so we'll keep everything near it low rise. I said that they need some shops around here. Gotta have a place to buy your donuts and sandwiches. Office workers cannot work without their expensive lunches. Did Squirrel discover the medium density life hack? What does that mean? Right, let's get some housing done. Can you show the traffic overlay so I can decide if I should burn my city and start over? Wait. I don't quite understand what you're driving at there. Let's see. Traffic overlay. I mean, you're always going to get red stuff, mate. The thing about traffic is it varies through the day. I don't know if you know that. But you can look at something, it'll be gridlocked, and then you look at it a couple of hours later and it's not. But sometimes you have to go in and just redesign your road. But I don't know what you want to see. It's not a sea of red. Yours is very red. I'm not sure if that's really bad or okay. If you've got an area that's like super red, just have a look at, you know, if it's a roundabout, how many junctions have you got coming in? Is there a way that you can create, you know, on and off ramps to bypass the junction altogether? If it's a district, how many major roads have you got connecting to it? Because I've had those problems and we've had to solve them on the way. Like if you look at the design of Hammond Rye, the only way traffic can get in here, really, is along that road. It's a single entry point into that district, which it gets away with because it's mostly low dense. If I made that high density, that would be traffic chaos. And then this is the major connection to the highway. So that's its only connection to the highway, really. Unless you come all the way over here, and then you've got a connection here that you can get to. But this used to be a roundabout. You see this spaghetti junction here? That used to be a roundabout. Not unlike that one. A bit bigger. Probably more like... There's a big one. I've got a big roundabout somewhere. So there you go. This is a good example. This is a big roundabout, and then traffic ended up just gridlocking the junction. So a series of ramps were built around it, and it just grew into what it is today, but now traffic flows. But as a junction, you look at that and be like, what? But there's a lot of stuff comes out of this industry. So you don't need to burn your cities, what I'm saying. You can just bring in some major arteries. Now, if we put commercial down here, is it going to upset all this lot, I wonder? Let's try it. Let's see if this changes from green when that's in place. See, this doesn't make any sense to me. There's 1,500 kids at this school. The car park is empty. And nobody's getting off the bus and walking across the bridge. Like, where are these 1,500 students? It's like they're allocated to the school, but nobody's getting there yet. Remote learning, is that what it is? What is the terrain doing here? It's got a bit bonkers. Quite like that cliff edge going on there. Can't bother drawing all this out. It says I'm exporting tons and tons of cargo, but trains and boats are always nearly empty. In that case, it's being taken by truck. Jack Sims, 106 months, watching from Albania. And the traffic they have here is like any city I've ever built. Carnage. Albania. Dude, you get around. The question is, Jack Sims, have you read the rules of Albanian traffic? Because I know you like your rules. They're still not built. Actually, what we should do is create a district. Fairview Springs. And it's got a body. What? Can anybody come up with a better name than that? It's got a nice body of water in it. It's got a Hadron Collider. It's mostly low-density residential. What do you think? Particle Springs. Lol. Hawking Lagoon. I like particle springs and atomic springs. I think particle's more accurate than atomic. We're not near the nuclear thing. We'll go with particle. Battery Haze, thank you for 80 months. Thank you for your support. Skate park, basketball court. Got to have a dog park. Let's link this up. It's some feature. Well, Huber, you could say the same thing about a lot of games I play. Not just Flight Sim. It's because you can't play all the games all the time. Large plaza. That is a large plaza. Community pool right there. Soccer field, American football field. Oh god, these are the super... Yeah. The National Debt Building. Sorry, Diet Building. Might as well be debt. I love this. This is almost as big as the Hadron Collider. Look at that. So I need more, I don't know, I need different courts and stuff, different parks. Need more assets, really. Not enough variety going on. Yikes. Should pack out anyway. Oh, it's looking nice round here. Looking very nice. Right, there's some shops there. Did they affect that? No. So we get some more shops built around here. Cool. You wonder why they chose the Japanese parliament as a landmark? Wait, what's this? Not enough customers? Dude! Go away! Get out of my town! Don't open a shop that hasn't got enough customers for what you're trying to sell. Go somewhere else. What a scumbag. I think this looks like a nice area when it's done. Would they want to walk from here to here? Bit of a drop. Give them the option. Not enough customers because they're not even open yet, you mean? Put some more offices in as well. Population store has not grown. What should I do? All your demand bars are empty. All of them? You must have a demand for something. Click on your click on the icon next to the bars, and then look through here and have a look what it's telling you. It will tell you why you've got demand for something, or buffs and debuffs. Think of it that way. Yeah. So if you've got more negatives than pluses, sort out the negatives and the pluses will overtake it. I need to get some shops around this. That's no good. You're going to head off, Andy lad? As the wife missed the last bus home, so I'm going to have to go and pick her up. Uh-oh. She just said to her, I've had a few beers, I can't. Grab a taxi, I'm watching Squirrel. Priorities, man. And then quickly down a few beers. So that you look drunk when she gets home. I mean, it's a plan with no drawbacks. Isn't it? What's the drawback? He gets to drink beer, he gets to not move, he gets to watch a stream. It might cost him 20 quid on a taxi. That's literally the only drawback. Worth it. You bet she never even tried to make the bus. And she's like, oh, I missed the last bus. Will you pick me up? I like it when you pick me up. You're better than the bus. Ruined your Saturday entertainment. Elsinore, thank you for 52. You're welcome. How does Uber compare to the taxi though? Well, Uber's pretty popular in London. Outside of London, I don't know. It varies from place to place. Like it's not really that popular in Chelmsford. As in, you fire up the app and there's just not that many drivers around, you know. But in London, yeah, it works a treat. Why is the large plaza way bigger than the large city park? I don't get it. That won't quite fit in that width. But it will fit in that one. Why not? Can I show the taxation page? Okay. Now, which road are they bound to? That's the question. And which road do we want them bound to? Is that what you want to see? Or more? Residential? Commercial? In before people around here start complaining about high rent. The traffic's starting to pick up. That's enough high rise there. Probably too many, to be honest. It's like a wall. I don't like it. So despite the fact that I've marked that to say they can stay, they're now leaving. That's because they're the wrong colour. There we go. It's more than enough. Population trend is negative, but the population doesn't stop rising. Minus 76 an hour, but your population just went up. Again and again. Oh, who knows? Birth rate 1,500. Unemployment 7.5%. Wow, 16.8% seniors. Blimey. Why they're leaving? They'll leave if they can't find somewhere to live that they can afford. I wouldn't worry about it. Particle Springs. We've almost completed the actual racetrack now. What's 37% on Amici? What, seniors or unemployment? If the demand is the demand always that high to force you to build? It's not always that high. It does vary, but I mean the high density residential bar is down a bit. The low density residential is coming down finally because we're building a lot of it. I don't know how it comes up with the numbers, to be honest. Spin it. 1 in 10 at 80 plus. Wow. That's pretty amazing. I have a footpath here that doesn't go anywhere. What's all that about? C8, thank you for 50 months. Bullseye. You cut it to make the road for school area. I don't remember it going diagonal across the road, though. Look at this. This is mad. "38 kids in high school." Come on. Can't be that bad. Elementary schools at full capacity still. We need to build another one now, I think, down here somewhere. We've got one here, we've got one here, we need another one probably over here. Could sneak one on the end here easily enough. Where's the bus route? Unless we just move those bus stops. Could just do that. I'll put it here, then we can do a footbridge to the other side. It gets really weird. If you're trying to build a footpath close to a sidewalk like that, it can get a bit strange sometimes. That means we can more or less drop that. Oh, you scumbag. Right. I wish that yeah. I wish you could do this better. Sometimes you just have to play around with it, but right, what does that do? But that's filled up. Hey, we've got capacity. We actually have elementary school. Look, they're moving out of there now. They're like, well, now that new school's opened, I'm going to the other one. These are like, nope, I'm staying here. I like the lake. Particle Springs. I'm going to guess that that's lined up that way. The particle cloud is run by students. It'll be fine. At least they're enthusiastic. Get some little shops here. Raskatch454, thank you for subbing with Prime. Welcome. Should build a uni above the lake. We don't need a uni. We've got way enough stuff going on here. Yeah? The uni we've built is more than adequate. We can't even get people through high school. I'm kind of hoping that will increase as the people come through college and from the elementary schools. The profile at the moment Means we don't have many people in the high school, so it's a bit of a loss leader. Is that what I didn't look at round here? What's the police coverage? Yeah, it's pretty non-existent. What about fire? Yeah, it's pretty non-existent. I should probably put a fire tower thingy down somewhere here. Where's the nearest police station? Could put it on Cyprus. Except it's too hilly. In which case it'll probably have to go over here. It's going to buckle the terrain a bit. Funnily enough, they've got healthcare coverage from that massive hospital. However, in terms of death cover, I reckon we need another cemetery, but it needs a lot of space. We need to get people moved into this exclusive district. We could put it near the campsite for the lols. Put a nice cemetery down here. It is mahoosive, though. We could even relocate the campfire site and just have a cemetery here. That's perhaps not as crazy as it sounds. Orientation's all wrong. Yeah, it's not worth it. Probably a bit too premium land for a cemetery. That's too small, I think. Actually, it's not too small. Up by the lake's not a bad shout, near the Hadron Collider. Dump a lot of traffic onto that road. Actually, you could dump it onto this road. And then if we just basically put trees and grass down it, nobody's going to park on it. Becomes a sightseeing attraction. Do we really want people to come here as a sightseeing attraction? A temple. We can have a temple at the back. And that. Spectacular. North of 6,000. Lovely. Right, guys, it is 8 o'clock. Particle Springs is looking nice. That's been the major piece, hasn't it, today? Particle Springs. But yeah, we're up to what? 168,000? Done some good work today, I think. But I'm going to have to call it there. And I shall be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. UK time. We'll carry on fleshing this out, get it finished off, and decide where we're going to go next. Don't forget, we also built our first prison, Pupatraz. How many people are at Pupatraz? 43 people are currently enjoying Pupatraz prison. And they are actually loving their stay. I think there used to be 170? But now there's only 43. We have quite literally brought crime down. Because once you go to Pupatraz, you don't ever want to go back to Pupatraz. You never really get rid of the smell out your nostrils. Yeah, it was 175 and now it's 43. We have brought crime down. Anyway, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your support. I hope you all have a pleasant rest of your Saturday. Whatever you're doing, I'll be back tomorrow, 11 a.m. I shall see you then. Take it easy, guys. Love you all. Good night.